Morning, guys. All right.
Brent crude futures fall about $1 a barrel on oil demand fears.
Rejected our 30-second opening ranges on NQ and ES. Held those as resistance. Made that lower high. And we're now pushing down. Pretty interesting. Looks good for a continuation. Potential for a slight bounce here.
S&P 500 moves lower, last down 0.3%.
But again, rejecting our 30-second opening range like this. Bouncing our reversion zone. Then making that lower high at our previous day value high edge, right here, and our 30-second opening range low. For that continuation down, it's a good play for you to remember.
US crude oil futures fall more than $1 a barrel on demand worries.
Now it's just a waiting game to see if we get this secondary leg down. I think we should, but again, should see a slight bounce here. And then we'll look to see if we get a continuation where we get another lower high. Right. Let me actually mark this with a straight line just as a visual aid. There we go. So we can watch for a offer as we push back up into this PVZ here and see if this leads to another leg down, just to continue the channel. All right. Let's see if we find an offer here as we push back in. This is our 464, like 480. This is where I'd look for a NQ potential push down. If we can get back below like 45s, then we launch for something like this potentially. Need to see a break of our higher lows though across the board. But this is the first area I would start to look for a bit of an offer if it was going to happen.
Fed bids for 3-month bills total $5.6 billion and 6-month bill total $5 billion.
think this makes for a great first risk off. If we can break down below lows and offer, we should get a secondary leg. But until then, this is a great area to take off a little risk if you are playing off the just the failure here, the continuation down. We show interest below ETH low on NQ. And off of that, I think we head down to like 350, 355, that area. Retesting our lows.
Minutes away from the bottom of the hour, we get the 6-month and 3-month bill auctions. 3-month bill bid cover with a prior bid cover of 3.01 and a prior high yield of 4.225%. 6-month bill bid cover prior was 2.93 and a prior high yield of 4.05%.
This is our ETH low on NQ. Good
with
secondary
US looking to
target.
sell
Let's see if we
$76
can
billion
hold below
of
this
3-month bills and $68 billion of 6-month bills.
to head for that PT. Just that V pocket 350. Need to see a very clear lower offer if we're going to continue down. Sell side trying here at 400s. Two-sided trading. Pushing down into target now off the failure there at our ETH low, just like we talked about. Yes, really great rejection at our zone that we drew out, that 350, that 545, pushing into target now at 524. Again, just move stops down or take off some risk as we push into this 350, 355 area. Expect another little bit of bounce here, and then we get another decision. So just look to risk off some or just move stops down, secure gains. Don't know how volatile it'll be. This is just taking out a our previous day POC here on NQ. We show interest below that. We can potentially get a bit more. Do the full rotation with previous day POC, then going resistance for rotation through to previous day value low down at 247, that area. But we got to show interest below first.
US stocks extend decline, Nasdaq down about 1%.
Immediate bounce at 350. Just watching to see what happens now. Makes sense that we found a little bit of liquidity here, just taking out that previous day POC. But I think that we potentially could see a rotation back up to our ETH low here, filling this LVN. But it makes a really good risk off. What we're looking for again is for a very clear ability to show interest below our ETH low and our previous day POC. If we can start to show this interest, we should be able to then trade through Friday's value, right, down into our ADR and previous day value low down here. That would be my next target if we were going to get continuation down and show interest below this previous day POC.
So just to make users aware, the tick strike feature on the feed is currently not working at the moment. Our devs are aware of this. We are trying to fix it as soon as we can. So apologies and thank you for your patience. Five minutes ago, till we get the 6-month and 3-month bill auction data. 3-month bill,
Great job,
private
Sauce.
cover 3.01 and prior high yield of 4.225%. 6-month bill auction, prior bid cover of 2.93 and prior high yield of 4.050%.
How was everyone's weekend? Good? Nice. Debating if I just hold a runner now. Got one left from 390 off this rejection here. I'm guessing that we're going for that 512 on ES. 511. Just this previous day value low here. As well as previous month low into this like 509, 512. Makes sense. But what we do from there is a pretty big decision. We show interest below this like 509, 512 area. We have the ability to then rotate down to like 475, 480, that area on ES. Yeah, it is. That's why it's like, if we're just going to be in like a trended down with our 30-second opening range holding as resistance, might as well hold a runner, right? Especially after taking out that VPOC and then like not showing a ton of interest. Like, okay, what sounds like
Surely expecting the
we're just
3
going
month,
down.
6 month bill auction data.
We've got a 6-month bill auction ad in 30 seconds. 30 seconds. See if that does anything, because if it doesn't, then we have to wait another hour, and then we have Trump news for like the rest of the day. But 15 seconds till 3-month. Excuse me. Offer trying to shift down here at this like 330, 340. See if we can do it, or if we pop back over it and then have to retest into like 365. Tempting into it now. See if that offer can hold here. Or again, if we're gonna have to go into like 365 first for a real offer.
According to Foreign Ministry spokesman, Ukraine wants minerals deal with the US to be finalized as soon as possible. Three-month with a bid cover of 3.1, 3.1, and a high rate of 4.2%, and awarding 3.63% of bids at high, selling $82 billion of 3-month bills. 6-month bill bid cover 2.8 with a high rate with a high yield of 4.065%, 4.065%, awarding 20.34% of bids and high and selling $73 billion of 6-month bills.
Need to get back below this 330, 340, or this is where I expect bids to be for a higher low. Good rejection on Russell, yes, but again, just need to see another shift, or we're just going to chop here for a bit. Where this is our higher low, and then we look up first. Same thing on NQ. Watching just this 330, 340, see if this bids again for something like this, or if we can actually just push down and then continue. Want to see this shift out. We start to show interest below this ETH low. We head down to previous day value, and then hopefully continue on afterwards. Note like the I don't want to really call it divergence, but note how much closer we are to previous day value low here on ES compared to NQ, right? Got quite a bit more room on NQ if we're going to do the full value retrace, whereas ES is like already completed it. So just something to keep in mind about a little bit of a divergence there, where we're going to have to watch for a bounce across the market as ES tests into it. What's up, Surf? Yeah, same. Sorry I got you sick. Testing into our 360 off the higher or low. Just watch for reactions here as we push into this 360, 380. This is where our offer's sitting. Man, I found so many good photos of Ben Affleck this weekend. Just like this, like terrible paparazzi photos. Can't wait to use them all. What do you think he was trying to do here? Why? There's so many photos of him trying to carry way too much. This one's really good. Why are there so many of him with Dunkin' Donuts? What? Like, what's going on here? Like, it's not just like one day, like, it's multiple outfits of him just trying to carry way too much Dunkin' Donuts. And just looking like he wants to die. It's kind of my favorite thing. It's quite the mood. You think he's getting paid for these? Well, worth if he is. These are great. All right, super important area here. This is either going to flip for a short-term rotation back up, or the offer is going to look into this, and then we need to see a very clear flip back below the 60s for continuation down. It's that's really all there's here. All right, we held higher lows across the board, just pushing into about the halfway back of this 15-minute candle for a potential 3-bar down. Still 4 minutes left on this candle, unfortunately. Next offer is sitting at about like 405. So a bit more room on NQ that we can head up if we can't get back below 60s here. For ES, just watching how we have I cannot speak. Just watching how we bounce here. Potential fill here of this LVN back up to like 534 if we can hold this edge just following our pathing. There we go. There's just so many good photos in this thread. Damn. Remember that this is where we looked for that rejection below our ETH low, right? That first leg down. So it's just retesting into this original offer off of our ETH low. Need to see if we can get back above this, or if this is going to continue to hold and maintain its resistance. And again, we need to see that look back below 60s for that continuation down, or this is just going to be where we bounce and then we kind of just build between, and then we can potentially rotate back up. Unsure as of yet, but it makes sense for the offer to be sitting here. Again, this is just the halfway back of our last 15-minute candle and into this resistance here, right? The supply. So now it's just a matter of, can we maintain the higher lows, or can we start to take away some of these bids that tried to step us up and push them off sides for any sort of continuation? Unsure as of yet, but we sold where we wanted to. Now it's just a matter of getting back below this like 30 to 40 for any sort of continuation down, or that's where we'll expect our bid to be sitting again. New 15s have just opened. POC above us, sitting at 370 on NQ from previous candle. So as long as we're holding below that, not too worried for full rotations back down to our lows. Just for another inside candle to finish this 3-bar structure on NQ on the 15. But if we get back over that 370 and start to make it supportive, then downside for short term, pretty unlikely. So we're just keeping an eye to see if we can maintain these flat POCs and our highs as resistance. If so, right, should be able to at least test our lower edge. But don't expect a crazy breakdown until we can make this 320, 310 area resistance. If we can do that, then we can get a potential for that 3-bar breakdown and then continuation down. Until then, you should just expect balance between this high and this low as an inside candle with potential continuation over this wick high. Hmm. Yeah, those are always so good. It's like death stare at them. Again, this is our 330, 340. It's a great first risk off. If we can start to show interest below, we should do the full rotation back down into the lows of our candles here. But we should expect a little bit of a bid. See if we can do this flip. Very clear pivot that we're trying to flip below on ES and RTY. So if we look at footprint, so even without any of my lines on here, can we see a reason why this would make for a really good first risk off if we're just looking at our footprint candles of why we'd be looking for this 330, 340 to be a bit of a bid off of this rejection as our first little risk off? We see that we failed to get over our value high of the sell side candle, and we basically just held the offer here from POC to a value high of this previous 15. And we see this just selling into this candle. And then we see that POC is held again, and we've rotated now down into our value low where this bid stepped in, right? So it makes a lot of sense that if this held as resistance into 370, right, that we rotate down into this 330, 340, just based off of this edge here where this buyer is, as our first risk off from this rejection of our POC. Do we see that? POC to value low here off of this mid candle? And that if we can get below this buyer here, that we should then rotate down to this value low. Seeing as we're just holding the inside value, like the structure of this last 15-minute candle. This is, again, value high, POC, and then value low. So it's an inside bar off of our structure here. And we have failed to push above our value high of this candle. We are holding our POC as resistance. So if this continues to play out, and we get below this 330, 340, we should head down into this 310, 312 area, right? So this just becomes your first primary target, seeing as we're just inside this balance between this value high and this value low, with this being our mid pivot. That's just basically how I aligned that of what I'm looking for. Big bounce off that 330, 340. Just coming back up to our offer here again to the top of the range. See if offer's still sitting here at this 380. Kind of invalidate the short-term structure if we do push over this value edge at our highs, or show any interest here on secondary tests, right? If we start to make this POC supportive at this like 360 through 70 or a higher low, right? So let's say we recover here, then we can look for a bounce like this potentially. This is our retest, see if a bid steps in here or if we fail and push back below. Without this bid here, I just expect us to rotate back down, right? It's still just an inside structure. We need. I can't reiterate this enough. For these POCs to go supportive if you're looking for more upside. That's the only way I see that working. Without it, it just makes sense that the offer's still just sitting here and that we're just chopping in between. Retesting our 333.40, see if we can push below or if we find a bid here again. No change. 20 seconds till new 15s. Still just an inside candle. Holding that 330, 340 as supportive. Need to see that look below for continuation down. Or we will continue to just maintain here. Testing into our lows, full rotation of our 3-bar. Our inside candle, right? Just we need to see this push below if we're going to get any continuation down, or we expect another bounce here. It's a good risk off. Watch to see if this 330, 340 can flip, or if we're just going to do the same rotation again. It would be really cool if this 330, 340 held. Really beautiful rejection of that 333.40 and new low here. See if we can get some continuation or if they eat this up again. Unsure. Need to see a pretty clear breakdown of this balance. Offer attempting to shift here at 315s. Were people able to follow my logic in this area down here? Were we able to visually see the balance and the failure here with these POCs and the shift down? Just understanding that we expect like just chop in here in between, and we'll really need to see this break below for this continuation. Offer trying to step down a bit more dramatically. See if Russell can actually breach this edge, hold it. Yes, now holding previous day value low as resistance. Love to see this continue. Offer trying to step down here again on NQ a bit more dramatically. This is how I played this. Just with our two pivots. I really should have added another at that 333.40, but just missed it. Sucks, but is what it is. Should have potentially one more leg down if we can get below this 285 for the rotation to our 240, 250 area. Just our previous day value that we've been looking for. But I think we can get one more retest of this balance break, right? Something like this where we look in and then fail here and then look down, something like that potentially. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Makes sense though for this 285 to be a little bit supportive. Now we just watch to see where this offer shifts down. There's definitely an attempt here to do it now, right? And we've got this to work with as our offer above. So as long as this is maintaining, I'm not too worried. But I'd like to see this aggressively step a little bit more down. before we go for it. What did I just do?
So
Okay.
just a reminder, on Trump's schedule at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time, he's due to have lunch with VP Vance. There is closed press. We'll see if there is any video. If it does come up with any sort of video on YouTube or anywhere, we can find it, and we'll put it out for you on the feed as soon as we can.
What did he like? Really dried up on NQ here. The hell? Watching this 280. Decent amount of size taken in there. Going to just shift levels now that we've seen a bit of action on the DOM. Very clearly someone trying at 280, and then we have our sell side trying to sit here at this 300, 310. So we'll just keep an eye on these two pivots for short term. Russell wise, we're just looking for this previous day value low here at 950. Yes, basically at full target from pathing off of this failure. Again, someone really trying to take in size here at 280 on NQ. Not sure why. Kind of awkward. Yeah. 50 seconds till new 15s. New 15s. Watch previous day value low on ES as we retest up into this halfway back. Again, there's not a lot here until we either break below that 280 or come back up to retest these offers above. I don't know why they're trying to take in so much here at 280, but it was very easy to see them. Literally all liquidity just went away on the DOM. It's like 1 or 2 lots per contract, and then there was like 115 on NQ. Those were then taken, and then liquidity stepped back in. Now we're just pushing back into this offer again.
Argentine BCRAs for silly met with
Argentine?
Chinese PVC officials, according to Ambito.
That sentence made me feel like I didn't understand English.
That's Central Bank of Argentina's
There you
city
go.
met with Chinese PVC officials.
Our offer here into our halfway backs. See if it flips. We start to build below this 320, 330, then potentially a shift. Unsure. Just waiting. Previous day value low here on ES, as well as our halfway back.
That means we're expected to, well, Trump is expected to have lunch with the VP Vance in closed press.
Rotation between our 330 and our push down into this 280 again. See if we can flip it. Not a lot here. Just held our halfway back. So previous 50-minute candles. We show interest back below 280. Maybe there's something here, but this is a great first risk off into this 280, 292. Just POC a previous candle. I'd like to see this flip. And then we can get the potential last leg down into 245 area. Right, if we can look below and then offer this, then maybe something down into this, like the, not then just more balance in between. Another hold of our 280. Watch for a lower high if we're going to get it. I would like to see it into 510 on ES. On retest here, if we're going to hold our halfway back and make a lower high. If this fails, right, then we'll probably be looking for a retest of our ETH low to fill this LV in. So we'll watch for a lower high here on reoffer, and then ideally a pop down below this balance for continuation if it's going to lead down. If this fails, right, then it's just going to be a bid stepping in and then a rotation back up like this. I'll be right back. See if we can offer here 280, 292 area. Russell, just bouncing off previous day value low. BS at our pivot. Watching to see where this offer sticks. If anywhere. Like it to happen here, or we'll probably rotate back up to our balance high between these two zones. All right, so if this fails, we'll be watching for a bid to step back on, and then another rotation of this. So I'd like to see this offer here, ideally. Retesting 280. What's up, Kolsky? U15's opening now. Need to get below this 280. Or again, bid is going to hold here. Higher low from 280, push above, testing into POC of last candle here at 310s. I'm personally, again, just looking for a full rotation off that failure. What's up, Screw? What's up, Randolph? Randwolf. Uh, so right now it's retesting, correct? Yeah, you're just in balance, right? So again, it's just like we establish a area of interest where we find a known seller and a known buyer, right? And we need to see a shift below. So what happens if we fail to shift and then we see a step back above? Like, okay, well then we're rotating back through this balance that we've developed, right? Off of the failure at the slow. So as long as this guy remains off sides and we continue to see them step up, I expect us then to have to rotate back up into our high edge. Basically just a failure at our lows. So until I see us step down, you're not in a great position to look for a short unless you're trying at our edge again. But I think what you're just watching for is it's the same thing on ES, right? Like we're just balanced in between these two. We need to see someone step above or below and catch someone off sides, or we're just gonna remain in this rotation. Same thing on Russell here, right? Everything is just remaining between our two edges right now. So we need to see a shift for something to change, or nothing is going to change. We're seeing a bit of absorption into 310s. Might be able to play off of that if this can remain, and then we step back below and then show interest here below this 280 off of this guy. But until then, like I wouldn't touch anything unless you're trying to bid off of this. All right, we need to see a very clear look back below this for more, or this is just going to be a bid here at 280, 290, and then we look for a pop over 310s for continuation up. So rotation back up into 330, 340 here. It's great first risk off if you are playing either the recovery of our 80s or the retest into our edge. This is now full rotation of balance, right? So it makes for a really great risk off. Until we can see this step above and hold, you are just at the top of balance. Now we watch to see if this offers here again, right, for equal highs, or if we can step above and actually hold for a continuation up. To me, this just looks like balance. But if we start to see that step up, then we'll look to see if they get caught off sides up here just like they were caught below. If we can see that, then we watch for that retest, and either we get the rotation through, or we'll hold this and then go up. Unsure. Need to see more. But you should be able to pretty easily recognize the take of these lows, and then the bid stepping up, retesting our pivot as supportive, and then the rotation back to our highs, right? Like that should be, at this point, like pretty imprinted in your brain of this failure at the lows, and then just retest of our value edge, and then rotation back up to our offer. Wow, how did that select that? And there we go. Another hold of our low, full rotation up. No change. Bounce, bounce. Bottom market imbalance, we look to for moments when a dominant buyer or seller pushes the price sharply in one direction, correctly? To spot a market imbalance, we look for moments when a dominant buyer or seller pushes the price sharply in one direction. Uh, kind of. Like for yes, I guess you could say that. It depends contextually what time frame you're kind of speaking of, because like we can have smaller time frame imbalances where like a buyer or seller kind of sweep through the spread, right, and on a smaller time frame, but we'll still be in a larger balance on a higher time frame, right? So it's a little awkward trying to give you just like a yes or no answer on that one. Um, because contextually, like it really matters of like what are we talking about here? But like basic, like if we're gonna be like super basic about it, yeah, you've got to. I think it's a not a bad way to look at it. But just remember that like you can see aggressive buyers and sellers within balance, within an overall balance, right? Where there's just not really a lot of interest um, in between our value areas, where we just expect basically price to not have a ton of interest and not a lot of liquidity in between because we have two very known or clear participants, right? Like you'll find areas where um, price will kind of trade in between 2 points, and we'll see like large participants in between these areas, but then we'll see like large selling volume into this edge. And then we're going to see like a lack of interest kind of in the mid here. And then we'll see a bid step in here again at this low, right? So you can have an imbalance or like a lack of liquidity in between two value areas. That's still an overall, right, balance. But you can see a very clear lack of interest in the mid that creates kind of a sweep through where we kind of eat all of the liquidity and then we just trade back down to another area of value. That's where I feel like that point kind of gets it doesn't really make sense with what you're saying, but I agree overall. Um like on a basic level that yeah. But I think it's worth noting that you can see imbalances be created in between two areas of value. Now we're just waiting to see if we can flip this value high, make it supportive again, or if this is going to catch people off sides and it's going to be a failure, just like we saw at our lows. Can we see a failure up here where we look above and then we fail, look back in, and then rotate through, right? I'm just unsure as of yet. Definitely someone trying up here, but that doesn't really mean a ton until we see them step above and then show interest and the ability to hold on retest, or I'll just expect them to get absorbed into this supply that we can see on footprint and then basically step back into this balance and then rotate through it. Mm, mm, mm. Do I use fib retrace? Sometimes, not a ton. Like I'll use like a halfway back, right? Like the point 0.5 to 618 area off of an impulse. I think that that's not bad contextually. But other than that, not really. Like there's just so many better tools than a fib retrace to like if we can see where orders are transacting, then why are we using a ruler when we can just literally see where people are participating? You know what I mean? Like it's good to give you like a contextual area to look at of being like, okay, well, if we're holding like the halfway back to 618 area, this is where I'd like to see bids kind of step in and then look for order flow that supports that idea. But like if you're solely looking to buy and sell based off of a fib retrace without looking for context of order flow to see if there are actual participants there, I feel like you've kind of lost the plot a little bit. Right? Like you shouldn't be putting real money into the market based off of a ruler, but you should be looking at those areas as potential areas of interest for buyers and sellers to show size. Does that make sense? Like it gives you an area to look for, but it shouldn't be where you're actually putting money in until you actually see people participating there. Like I don't want to say that like fibs don't work, just like I wouldn't want to say that like any common indicator doesn't work, because those indicators and those fib areas are all going to have people utilizing them, which gives them uh how do I word this? The more people that are looking for an interaction in that area based off of a common indicator, the more likely it is to work because there are people utilizing it. Does that make sense? So like there's a reason why like RSI works and MACD works and MA works is because people are trading off of it. So the more common of a strategy it is, the more potential there is to for it to set work. It's kind of like it's a bit of a fallacy because like is there actual is the indicator working because it actually has edge, or is it working because there's enough people utilizing it that are looking for a setup in that area that it is working because of said liquidity and participants who are watching said indicator, right? It's kind of like a duality, but like you should always wait for actual participants to show interest.
Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi met with Russia's Foreign Minister Lavrov.
If we step below here. So a retest of our value high of previous candle and our edge of our zone. You need to see either a bid very clearly step back in here to bid us up and defend this edge, or we'll be looking for this reoffer and then rotation through our value. Same thing on ES, right? Just can we hold our edge high, or do we dip back below value, retest this, and then rotate through to our lower zone, trapping these participants in our highs like we have drawn out.
Hello, everybody.
Yo.
What's up?
Hmm. Not much.
You feeling better?
Yeah, I'm alright. Have a bit of a dry cough, and that's
Yeah.
not terrible.
Bro, I don't have like any symptoms, but my eyes this weekend have just been dry,
Yeah,
bloodshot. It's been horrible.
it sucks.
Like literally like drinking eye drops.
Yeah, same actually. I don't know. Is that just like the weather shift, or?
I don't know. I usually don't get like this. It's strange. But I am under a tornado watch right now, so we'll see if I get knocked off the air.
So based off of pathing, does anyone see why we could look for absorption here and look for this potential failure into our highs based off of our footprint chart? Do we see any context? And just with our volume profiles as well, do we see anything that makes this area make potential sense for that rotation to occur? I just want to see if people have like any context clues here of why we have what we have drawn on screen. Is there anything that we can see on footprint or our chart that could give us some context?
For Mr. Wangi says China and Russia should enhance influence of greater BRICS.
The long red wick. Are you talking about on this candle screw? $1,200? Okay. Yeah, sure. Okay, but instead of the wick, what can we look for here? I'm gonna turn off drawings just so that you can see what's going on here. What do we see? What are we retesting into? Why can we potentially expect for someone to absorb here? If we're looking at footprint, what's this context that we have on both our value, so based off of our daily volume profile, as well as just footprint context? What are we pushing into? Bid flip of offer? Okay. So just like just general context, guys. Like this is POC, right? Where we saw our offer flip off of the break of this balance that we were trading in earlier, right? So this is a retest of this value area here, and where we saw a potential bid absorb. This is also our daily value low on NQ, as well as our previous day POC and our anchored VWAP, right? So there's a lot of context here that there's potential absorption off of this failure, and then it's just a rotation through our balance, right? So we've just rotated back down to our low off of this failure at our highs and stepped back in, and now I've done the full pathing. You see what I mean? So all we've done is come back up to our buyer who's off sides. We absorb into them. We then look back into our known balance, right? This D that we've built out here in this node, off of a failure to hold this edge and get back into our overall daily value. And then all we did was reoffer our edge and then rotate through back down to our known buyer. So now that we're back inside, right, this is your first play, and now we're watching to see context-wise what happens here now that we're into this edge. I'd expect we try to now maintain a lower high, and we look for this rotation below, right? Now that we've entered back in, and we have this catalyst above. Does that make sense? It's all about being able to find context and then plan out your move, right? So if we can see this, we can then have this idea drawn out, and we can have this be waiting for the trade, right, for the rotation, based off of the context of on chart. Right, just like we trapped down here for this rotation through. Do we see this? How this guy is offsides below? And then we step back in and then rotate this balance high, to balance this zone high, sorry. It's the same thing here that we're looking for, which is a failure at our highs, and then the exact opposite reaction, which is us holding this edge, just like we held here, for the rotation up. So now we're looking for that rotation down. That's all this is. So, right, so we trap someone above. We have a higher time frame context of why it matters and why we would look for that. And then we get the rotation through. Just recover, re-entry of balance, and then rotation through. RTY retesting low. What helps you on your strategy is the footprint chart. That's such a general question. Yeah, sure. Footprint and the volume profile. It's mostly what I base my trading off of. Right, like we know that if we're retesting into our value low from below it, right, outside of value, that we expect this to be our rejection point until we see a willingness to step back in and recover our value. We should expect it as a resistance. So if you are long, you should be looking to risk off some of your longs as we retest into our value edge, because we understand that this is where sell side is going to try to flip value. And if we can bid and look back in, right, then we know context-wise that we should then be able to trade back up to POC if our value low holds, right? But as long as we're holding as resistance, there's no reason to look for that.
Swiss franc rises 1% to a session high of about 0.82 per US dollar.
Watch our offer here again. See if we can hold this edge
According
now.
to diplomats, Iran proposes to meet France, Britain, Germany in Rome on May 2nd to discuss nuclear program. Europeans have yet to respond to Iranian proposal for discussions this week.
We're watching for this, potentially. How could you trade without footprint chart? Just volume profiles? What do you mean? Yeah, I mean, you can trade without a footprint chart, no problem. None of what I'm doing requires a footprint chart. Again, like you just use, like the same trade was shown on your volume profile. It's just a retest of our value low edge as resistance. There's your rejection of our top edge, rotation down. This should be your first target here into 312s. We can step below 280, 292, then we should get a new low off this failure. But you should take off a little risk here into the middle of our range. It's the same thing on ES, guys, right? I'm only drawing this on NQ, but like nothing shifted, right? It's the same thing. It's a value rotation, a push into our lows, a retest into our edge high, and then a bounce at our mid, right? 312 here on NQ, our 505 on ES, it's the middle of the range. And now we're just watching to see if this rejects again or another lower high, or a continuation down, and then a look below for continuation, or if it's just going to hold the mid and then bid and push back over this high. But like this is just value to value off of this failure at our highs. Same thing here. We've built out context by having two zones, right? We see a person offsides above on both. We step back in. We then offer a lower high. Lower high. We then rotate to our value low. Back to our 310, 312 here, middle of range, off another failure at our highs. No change. NQ, ES, both holding value high range. Our value highs of these ranges. Our balance highs, I guess, is a better way to put it. To the value, whatever you want to call it.
Ain't no one gonna read.
What? Is he talking?
Maybe I'd read One Piece. Probably not. Is my okay? I thought I fixed this. Is it better now?
Yeah, you're good now. I just couldn't hear you.
No, it's. I don't know. I thought I fixed this, but it's surely back end from my ISP. I like lag out like every like 2 minutes.
This was happening to me all weekend. My like internet would go out for like 5 seconds and then it would come back over and over and over again. I don't know why.
It was happening a couple weeks ago, and then like I changed my like DNS and that didn't fix it. But then I made like I set up a test where I was like pinging my router and then I was like pinging google.com and like ran them at the same times.
Mm-hmm.
And I was getting drops from the ping to Google, not my router. So it's something going on back end.
Hmm.
But then it like stopped. And then on Friday, all of a sudden it started again.
It's annoying. Full rotation off our failure there. We'll look for a bit more if we can look below, but this is a great risk off into our bottom of value here, guys. See if we can look below and hold for full context, or if this is going to rotate once more. Need to see the step below this 280, 292 for more. Are people still struggling with like just being willing to have 10 points of risk at our value high edge? Like I don't really like if you guys aren't able to just like try these edge setups, like you probably just have too much leverage. I hate to be that guy, but like if 10 points of risk is too much for you, like you should probably just cut your size in half. Be right back. 10 seconds till new 15s. New 15s have
Shortly switching the
opened.
Fed reverse repo operation data.
See if we can hold below this 280, 292, or if we're going to do another rotation through value. Ideally, we this POC shift holds and we rotate down now to this 245 target, 250 target. Just into our ADR and previous day value low here for the full
US
target.
stocks extend full, S&P 500 down 1%. $38 counterparties take $148.649 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
Reoffering now. See if we step
Japanese yen
through
rises
or
1%
if offer's able to hold.
session high by 142.22 per dollar.
Retesting POC of previous candle. I'd like to see a very clear contextual hold of our edge off of this if it was going to rotate up with this guy being caught below. So just keep an eye on this into our halfway back, see if sell side sits here, and if we step back below, or if this can now hold as supportive 280 to 292 on this look above. So far, it just looks like we're eating liquidity here. But if a bid is able to hold 280 here on retest, then sell side's probably done for short term. And we just rotate back up. Same thing on ES with this edge here at 500s. I feel like we're going to get a sweep here in a second for a directional decision.
Some decent excess on NQ there.
Yeah. You're long off our edge at 280, 290. It should be your first risk off into 10s. We step over 10s, should just rotate back off the top of range. Just halfway backs across the board, so just keep an eye on this. We either hold these as resistance or we flip them and then rotate full value. So like screw, you asked about fibs earlier. These gray boxes are our fib that I rely on. These gray boxes here across the board. This is our halfway back of our last 15-minute candle. So it's like in trend, I expect our halfway back to hold as resistance or supportive, depending on whichever way are we above or below on retest. And it gives you an idea of like, oh, okay, well, like if we start to look above our halfway back, then it's the trade's a bit more muddy, and you shouldn't rely on a breakdown, but more just like chop. If it can hold it, it gives you a bit more context of like, oh, okay, like trend is still persisting, we're still holding lower highs, things are still playing out, right? So if we did like, here's a good way to look at this. So this is a fib retrace of our high to our most recent low from this impulse. Do you see how this is our halfway back here? And then if we did another one here to here, do we see how this is our halfway back here? So this is how I'll use like fibs, is like in trend or in like a selling channel, we kind of expect that rotations occur like this, where we get a relief, and then we get another rotation, and then we get relief, and then we get another rotation, right? So like in a trending market, we expect a bit of relief, right? Like nothing just goes straight down. But if it's going to hold the overall trend, we expect that to basically hold our halfway back to 618 area on any sort of bounce, and then re-offer that for continuation down, just to give you like a little bit of context. So if you wanted to use fibs, I don't think that that's a bad way to look at it. You just take your high, most recent high, your most recent low, and then you use this halfway back 618 area as context to be like, are we still maintaining that downtrend? Right? Like that's a way you can use a fib. If you want a fib, yeah, definitely, right? Like this is where we saw our offer step down here from this high and look back into our value, right? So when we come back up, we should expect our seller to be sitting here anyways. But there's just like, there's so many ways to look at the market to get the same information, right? It's just like what tools do you want to use, and what tools have you implemented into your strategy that you're trading around? Right? There's so many ways to get to the same point from a different start that all kind of like have correlation in the end. Right? So like you can either understand and like have a they can either give you more confidence if they're multiple pieces of information are all pointing to the same potential move, right? Or you can use, I mean, again, it's all about like the strategy that you've implemented and you've back tested, but like that's definitely something that we've looked at. This idea of like being able to take an impulse, so you look at like your high to your most recent low, and you look for this rotation down. This works incredibly well in crypto, just for like shorter time frame stuff. And the same thing can be put into reverse for in a trending market. when you're looking for like bounces, you just do the same thing where we take let me see if I can find something that's in reverse of this. Yeah, okay, so here. So like say we find a local low here and we're trying to find a bounce point and we're into this high here. So I would take this low, oops, wrong tool. This low to this high. And then because we're looking for an upside move, we want this to be reversed. So this would then be 0.5 on the bottom, 618 on the top, and we'd be looking then for a bounce here, right? In a trending market for our higher low. So it works in both directions, but it's just like, where are you looking for context for higher lows? It's a way you can use fibs that I think works really well. But again, like if you were just looking at price action, you'd also be able to see like this is where the bid flipped, and you'd be looking for this to be a reactionary area because this is a push over where our offer was sitting and we rotated down. So when we come back into it, I'd expect that this is now where our bid is now trying to defend because this is where our most recent offer was offsides. So again, there's just like multiple ways to look at the same information to develop an edge to trade around. You can either get like really basic with it, or you can have a bit more context. Yeah, so many ways to skin the cat. Yep.
Two and a half minutes here, 2.5 hours.
5 second, only 15s.
Halfway back is something, man.
Yeah.
Schmack.
Just take your first risk off into these wick lows. See if we can get the full rotation into that like 245 for the value low, previous day value low. See if we can hold this edge. Notice that POC hasn't shifted on this new 15, still just holding this 292. So if we're going to get this continued downside, we want to see this ideally hold. If we look back over, I doubt that we triple top. So we'd probably break this. So we'd really want to see this rejection here for this rotation down. If we're going to do it, I'd like to see it happen now. Later, Kowalski. is looking like another failure to me, to be honest. See what happens. If we reject 305s and then bid 292, I'm just expecting a full rotation up off this failure. This guy at 280 is still just kicking. Testing our value high here, previous candle. If we bid POC or hold this, I expect full rotation of our balance here. Right, so this is our old high into this. Watch for this bid to then hold for rotations back up to our value edge on NQ into 340, 325. If this can hold, then it's just sell side failure again into these lows. Immediate bid at our value edges across the board. Full rotation. See what we do with our edge here again.
Russell did not participate as much on this little rotation as ES and Q did in terms of structural lift.
Pushing into our highs. This is ES retesting previous day value low.
Primary node to edge ES. It is starting to get nasty out here.
Weather-wise?
Yeah.
Yeah, tornado.
Let's see. Might have to postpone class till later this week. Yeah, I'm in St. Paul, Bruce, like across the river. West St. Paul. We'll see. Like, I don't know. I think Minneapolis actually has worse weather right now. Happy was messaging me, but it's like it just looks like it's starting to get nasty out. Nothing's coming down yet, but the sky is turning.
See what we can do up here. We offer the same, or can we push over the 60 and actually bid? Yes, into our ETH low and Q into previous day POC. Again, this is just where we rejected last. We're watching to see if they continue to absorb here or if we can build above.
You might get smacked too, Sig.
Probably.
This storm front is crazy.
Like a perfectly beautiful day outside right now, so I'll probably get it like tonight, if anything.
Yeah, well, I guess it depends if it like hits the lake and goes like around Michigan, like to the east side,
Uh-huh.
or comes down. Actually, it looks like it's gonna miss you. This is the projection for a couple of hours. It's going north. 3 or 4.
Bid really trying to step up here. Testing into our 60s now. Hmm. Says full rotation on Russell. Should be a pretty good touch here into our tail. It's like might need to see, I'm thinking from 390 a retest into 60. But again, like bid looks pretty solid here. I'm watching for something potentially like this before we can continue. Just depends on what Russell does here if we lose momentum into this edge high. 40 seconds until new 15s.
Hour. Or like 15 minutes ago, I was talking about slight Russell divergence structurally. It's now testing primary edge that we traded through on ES and Q. ES, I really want to see bids be able to hold this Globex low. Oscillate this node up towards 30. Globex low is like 15, 16. You have your edge down through 13.
Keeping an eye on this Russell divergence. Very clear lower high on that one compared to ES and NQ, which are still maintaining just fine, just chopping here. I'm not really bearish until we show interest below this 50 to 60. I still just think that remains bid. But keep an eye on Russell if this lower high continues to show. I think things look fine. Like the bid looks great on NQ. Again, as long as that 50 to 60 is maintaining. But if Russell starts to show weakness here, might be our first signs that we need to pull back a bit further before we can actually go up. Unsure as of yet. I think upper targets for NQ. I'm watching push into like 410 and then reversion trade into like 430 for the full move if we're going to be able to pop over this. Yes, I feel like you're just looking for like 535 and then like 550. We can pop here. 40 seconds till new 15s. Still just chopping around here. Eight. He's talking to me. POC just shifted on ES. It's 19. We need to pop this relatively soon, or we're gonna have to retest that POC down at like 340. I'm thinking on NQ. So as long as this 50 to 60 is maintaining, it's not a terrible thing. But the longer we sit here, the more likely having to test lower becomes. So I just want you to keep that in mind. I'd like to see Russell start to lead us up. Come on, RTY.
Your high tick of day, which is interesting for how kind of like lackluster this initial push is.
RTY leading.
Moving.
Yeah.
Alright, I bought a new router. We'll see if that fixes my internet conundrums. Probably won't.
is RTY VWAP, US VWAP, basically. Sorry.
You're saying the same thing.
Just following pathing, no change. Slowly but surely. This is basically just reversion complete. From here, we'll get a decision. 50 seconds till new 15s. You think ES is going to hit the VWAP? There's a decent amount of potential for us to trade up into like 34, 35, but how long that takes, I'm unsure. Such a slow grind. What's up, Izzy? Jesus. They got to do something about not safe for work shit in Twitter comments. Click on like a random post, like 17 OF ads. Holy.
You're not wrong.
Just clicking on like a random news clip.
You are not wrong.
That's crazy. Excuse me. Is it recommended to trade on the UK session or Asia session? No, you shouldn't trade either of them. They're both garbage. If you had to trade either of them, you trade UK. London session has much more liquidity than Asia, but both are absolute ass. So I wouldn't recommend trading either. How so? What do you mean, how so? It's Globex. Globex is garbage. Yeah, zero liquidity. Choppy price action, incredibly volatile sometimes when any sort of larger participant steps in. Takes 19 years for something to play out. Your exposure is high. It's just bad. Your trading requirements are different than trading in regular session. Like, it's not good. After lunchtime, just wait 2 hours, 12 to 2 Eastern. You're still better off trading 12 to 2 Eastern than Globex. But I would just say don't trade anything between 12 and 2. If you're struggling in this chop, then just don't trade it. But nothing is invalidated structurally. We're just going up slow, just reverting to our mean. Everyone who's new always thinks that they have edge in Globex, and they're always wrong. They're like, oh, it's so much slower, I can predict it, it's actually manageable. And then a year later, you're like, wow, why did I ever think that Globex was good trading?
Yep.
Literally everyone in here is like, oh, it's so much easier to read Globex, and Mario and I are just like, hey, uh-huh.
Uh-huh. Well, we did it too. This is not everybody's been there, but
Oh, slow grind. Holding POC of last candle, still holding our 15-minute VWAP as resistance. Slow, 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 slow. The algo knows what I like. Ah, man, I'm not trying to see that. Not on my news app.
keeps you excited during the day. keeps you alive.
Can't even like open Twitter on a stream. That's crazy. Halfway back. Just what we were talking about earlier, screw. HWB, halfway back. Yeah. Trump at 3 p.m., by the way.
Woohoo!
10 minutes. Six 1.7. You just like you're trying to be different. You like that 0.1% difference from the 618. I got you. That is not the default fib. 61.8. Default fibs are 38.2, 50%, 61.8, and 78.6. You need an ESA letter for your dog to move into a new apartment. Just get your just register it as a service dog, emotional support animal. It's easy. You can get it online. Like $50 to get an emotional support animal license. You don't need a social worker for that.
ChatGPT your sat and they'll get it squared away for you.
Emotional support animal is different than a service animal. You can get that for like $50. It's an online certification.
Oh yeah, goody two shoe over here. Not real.
So you're saying every single site doesn't have someone who has a license? Is that think every single one of them is a fraud?
That sounds like a place that I would not move into. That's what I'm gonna say. Just send them the video of your dog jumping on the table and tell them it's actually a cat. Be fine.
I mean, I would just use like Petable or ESA Doctors. Both of those sites, you talk to a professional and then they tell you that you can have an emotional support animal. I don't know if the laws differ in California, but it's pretty easy. And if not, then you just go to a doctor and then they write the letter. But if you wanted like an online, I would try either like esadoctors.com or petable.com. Both of those are legit. You just talk to like a mental health specialist, and then you have like a quick meeting with them, and then they give you a letter. I don't know if that's the same thing for California, but it works fine for Ohio. A doctor telling you no is crazy for an emotional support animal. Is that like a California thing?
You would think California would be like more lax,
Yeah.
that kind of, like just mentally, maybe not. It's just the assumption I would make. It's a Midwest hillbilly.
How would they have liability? I don't understand.
If the dog like bites someone or something, there'd be like,
Yeah, but it's not a service animal.
eh.
Like service animal, you have to like go to training. It is like very different than emotional support. God, this is the slowest grind up.
Yeah.
I think the news bot's down again.
I haven't heard anything. Is Trump talking? He's about to, right?
Yeah.
Could be.
This is the first red news we've gotten in the last like 2 hours, but we're now getting two of them, and I haven't heard anything.
Things have been so finicky lately.
Offer sitting at 450 on NQ. I have a feeling that.
AI to deploy
Oh, there we go.
humanoid robots.
This is where we're headed on. This is where we get our little loss of momentum as we push up into our Russell VWAP and previous day value. I'm thinking that this is where we lose momentum as we push into this. What is this stream that Financial Juice linked, by the way? Right Side Broadcasting Network.
They're hosting the. He's not even talking. This is like a Super Bowl thing.
Yeah, who knows? But every time one of these comes up where he brings some random people to the White House, the reporter's
Yeah,
always
he's
still it's
Yeah.
after an hour of them doing
Just further
nothing.
detail then. So UPS
He
is in
answers a
discussions
journalist.
with robotics startup Figure AI to use humanoid robots for some tasks in logistics giants network, according to people familiar with the matter.
All right, I'm gonna grab some water while we wait. Be right back.
Obviously, Russell here into last week's POC VWAP in the middle of this LVN, and Q's leading into this node edge. I would prefer to see it towards 80, and then for ES to come towards 47 on any continuation. That's going to be test into our upper distributions for the day.
So just a reminder, but Trump he's at 4 p.m. due to participate in a visit of the 2025 Super Bowl champs, the Philadelphia Eagles.
Man, I love a slightly stale brownie. Just like a little bit more chewy, you know? Like the day after brownie, way better than the day of. That might be a bold take.
No, I think that's really brownie dependent.
Like a chewier brownie.
Yeah, I think that's. I think there are more variables into that, but I don't think that's a bad take. Maybe it's a broad statement. It's kind of crazy, but
A dry
I think the
brownie?
richness of the chocolate, like sometimes.
I don't think I've ever had a dry brownie. How do you have a dry brownie? It's just like a bad mix.
Or like I think with like dry, like overcooked, like sometimes it gets like too crunchy, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what it should be, a crusty top and chewy center. That's like that's what a brownie is. If it's like completely hard, then you just like cooked a brownie wrong. That's a cookie.
That's a cookie. True.
Like it should be cakey. A brookie, yeah. Those are good. Dude, this guy is hell yeah, he's got real notes. What is the stream? The stream is so bad.
Previously it recorded.
All right, as we push into our 30-second opening range and previous day value low and VWAP here and Russell really watch for a loss of momentum. If it was going to be anywhere, it would be here. As ES pushes into this 40 to 50 and NQ pushes into this 480 to 500 and Russell pushes into this value retest. This is where I'd be expecting offer to be sitting if anywhere. If we flip this, kind of a big deal. So again, this is just like full target for me for any longs as NQ comes into our value low edge and previous day value high here. Again, Russell into VWAP. It's a very good area to risk off longs. And we watch to see if offers start to get a bit more excited or if we'll flip this to more supportive and get back inside of value on the day. So, just as a context, because I think it's important, just because we're getting into an edge, we still need to see a break of structure for us to feel comfortable in a position like this, or it's just going to slow grind up still, right? We want to see a break of these higher lows. We want to see a very clear reaction into our area of interest, and then we want to see a push away from it for more movement, or it'll just be considered a scalp, right, for a pullback buy. We want to see a break of structure, ideally. I'd feel a lot more comfortable in this move if NQ started to show interest below 50 to 60. Until then, I'll just be looking at this as a pullback to this area until proven otherwise from our value edge. Russell showing a little loss of momentum into VWAP, but not a ton. Again, higher lows are intact still across the board. So this is an area of interest, but we still need to see more, or it's just going to be a pullback for a continuation up. Very important. This is a risk off, not a open short kind of situation. Later, Izzy.
US dollar falls more than 1% against the yen. It's a session low.
Pushing down into our pullback here, 450, 460. Remember, this is a great first target if you did enter a short off of our edge. But we need to see the step below it and then offer it for more, or this again is just going to be a pullback for a push higher. A gerbil wheel of financial misery. It's a bar.
That's a statement. Holy moly.
A lot of resting liquidity at 450 on NQ. Again, this is a great first target to see if we're going to get a pullback or if this will flip. We need to see sell side step below this 50-60 if we're going to go down more. RTY still leading down. 40 seconds till new 15s. There's your bid at our 50 to 60 on NQ, retesting our highs. New 15s opening now. This guy's math is interesting. Is anyone watching Last of Us, by the way? Has anyone actually started season 2, or are you all still not watching it? The season's really good.
I did do it. Watch it once I finish the whole Yellowstone arc.
Yeah, Sundays surf. Oh my god, episode 2 was crazy sauce. So good. It's like it felt like a finale. The amount of like shit that happened in it. We watch for this push into 65.5 on Russell for a lower high potentially for another leg down. We're just chopping here, but good bid at 50 to 60 on NQ, looking over, trying to build here on it. But if Russell puts in a lower high, I don't have a ton of faith in this move, right? So just keep an eye on this kind of action here if we do reject. I'm not very confident in any sort of long continuation until I see the Russell showing interest up here, to be honest. It just doesn't make sense to me. This is just like very clearly where offer would be sitting on the day if this was going to top out. So just keep an eye on this. Retesting previous day value high here and view up on RTY. NQ potentially can drift up to 500. It doesn't change anything. This is just our value low edge and POC here on NQ. If we start to build above that, then we have more upside potential on the day, but until then, it's just a little iffy. Just ship this over. Nothing's changed about this pivot. RTY trying to build here above previous day value high, pushing into our 30-second opening range. NQ just, again, slowly drifting up to that 500 target. Watch to see our reaction into that. We start to see supportive bids start to hold over that. I'm much more inclined to look up. Until then, this just makes sense as to where sell side steps in. All liquidity resting here into our 500. Into our 550 target ES. High a day was up at 78.75, I believe. So if we can start to shift this bid above 50s, maybe we go up to retest that. But I'd love to see a retest. Same thing for 500s. We'd just love to see a retest of this edge. Watching our Russell look here now into our 30-second opening range and our ETH high. Ideally, we see some sort of structural shift where we now are holding this edge as supportive, right? Build this out here. Same thing on RTY, right? We want to see this build out and then start to rotate up through this 30-second opening range back to our day open here. If we are going to continue up. If 500s, this kind of a large area. Let me see if I can refine this a bit. This 490 to 500 can stay supportive. I think that rotations up to day open on NQ makes sense, but I would like to see, again, just a better retest. If we don't get this, then I personally don't think that it's going to feel great to trade this. I'd like to see a bit more of a hold in 500. All right, just into this. Yeah, there's not, again, like, that's why I said it's a pullback until proven otherwise. So if you're trying to short, it's just a scalp back to our previous supportive level. And then unless we see a shift where we break below our higher lows, you don't have that short continuation potential. So it's just like, it's why it was so, I tried to be very specific here as we were pushing down. It's like, unless this shifts, this is just going to be a pullback for a bid, right? We need to see a very clear shift below, like these buyers, and see a definitive break, where it just feels like it's a slow grind. There's nothing worse than trying to just like continuously short trending up markets without a break of structure. Because like you're gonna like go back and look at your history and see that every short that you added on to your position was just like the greatest buy the dip that you could have done.
With the US after negotiations has become stronger and more equitable.
It's a classic.
If you struggle with that too, in terms of a bias, when you're like, we must go down, if you notice that you lose like a trade doing that, and you just implement a rule where you need to see like a 15-minute lower high before you confirm that the shorts make sense, then it can really help save you. Just a simple rule.
Yes.
I mean, it's been since 12. Wow. Yeah, like 12 Central was our last 15-minute lower high on ES and NQ and Russell.
Yeah, like POC, we've just been like holding POC as a support of this entire move up. That's why it's like always just like has our POC structure shifted on our 15-minute candles? Has there been any shift on anything that's showing us that we're seeing weakness yet? No, right? Like we're holding value high off of previous candles on retest and then popping. We're holding POC and value high and retest and then popping. We're holding POC and then going up, right? We're in a trending market where we are holding structural levels and we are above, right? Like we are continuing to see buyers step up. So until you see that shift where we're trading below POC of our candle and below our value edge of our previous candle, like it's a pullback and until proven otherwise. If we start to see a shift where like our value low on this candle and this POC start to top out and we then retest it as resistance, right? Then we have offside participants. But until otherwise, unproven otherwise, like this is just a bid that's stepping up and continuing to drive us further. Can you explain again how you can see absorption? Just based off of like price action or footprint or how? There are multiple ways you can see absorption. There's only one way to like actually prove it though, in the sense of by looking and watching your order flow. You can see it visually a lot of the times though on just candles between just a volume profile and a lack of movement, right? So like a way that you can see it, because I know you're not very used to footprint screw, but just watch your developing volume profile here as we build. If we have minimal movement and then we build out this huge node, what does it mean if we then look below this node that we build out, right? So we chop, really tight range, no movement, and then we step below and then offer. What is that kind of telling you? What's happening there? Huge volume, no movement. Sure, buyers and sellers are fighting. But like if there's no movement, then if we're not going up, then who's absorbing? We're not going down, and then we get the breakdown, right? So we break this structure with this node that we're building out, this huge node. It's an easy way to just like visually see that there's some absorption that's happening, right? With the high volume, no movement, and then a break below our bid. It's like, oh, okay, sell side's absorbing buyers, and now they've now shifted the offer lower. So then you can mark and be like, oh, okay, like these guys are offsides because we tried to break through a level, right? And we failed after trading an exorbitant amount of volume. And then you look for the reoffer, right? The break of our lows, and then the push below, and then you're like, oh, okay, we now have a catalyst because these guys are then offsides.
Willis says US-China tariffs will slow global growth.
So that's how you can visually see it.
Budget surplus in 2028. Treasury cut GDP growth forecast for this year and 2026. Budget 2025 operating allowance cut to 1.3 billion New Zealand dollars. And New Zealand economy will still grow, just not as much.
How would you see it using order flow? I mean, you can just see contracts coming in. So like into this high right now, we can see a shift from our bar cumulative deltas, where sell side was absorbing buyers into that. They're getting a bit exhausted here. So as we're pushing up into this,
Finance Minister Willis giving pre-budget speech.
this is what this looks like. Well, I'll show it to you like 3 different ways. You can visually see it. So on our bar cumulative deltas, as we're pushing up into here, we're seeing a incredibly active bid try to step in. Let me full screen this. So as we're pushing into these highs, we're seeing a shift from these buyers, and we're getting some negative deltas on this bar as we're into these highs. So sell side is actually holding this and absorbing all these buyers. They're getting a little exhausted into this low, right? We're still just pulling back into this bid, which is no shift. It's that 500 to 490 area that I was talking about that we need to see a sell side step below for anything more. But basically, we're just seeing the sell side absorb any buyers that are pushing into this. They're just taking in all the lots. That's all that's happening. So we can see it on our bar cumulative delta here, but we can also just see it on footprint itself if we look out. We can see sell side stepping in here off of these buyers that were below, us then holding below our POC, these buyers off sides, and then us rotating down, right? This is our first attempt where we're actually seeing a failure below POC from previous candle. So we now have this value high to POC area that we can see where sell side is trying to step in and hold us below. We need to see a very clear now look above this or a bid and push up, or this is just where we're going to continue to see sell side absorb. So that's all. I mean, there's multiple ways. If you want to look at just your here's another way to look at it. Control C, Control V. We have all of this buying that happened. This is showing us where previous bids were. So this is where we have this buying tail that happened here into our edge that we need to push through as we're rotating up into this. And as we're pushing into this, we're just seeing all of these guys getting absorbed. So all that's happening is that there's lots of buying happening here and no movement above. Right? So we need to see a very clear step and a push above this, or we're just going to continue to absorb into this like 510, 520 area. And if we push back below it, I'm going to be looking for a move down to this 480. And if this 480 goes offer, I'll look for a secondary seller to step in and then rotate us down, because we know that these guys are caught off sides down here into this low, this 480, 490, where we looked for our bid originally off the pullback, right? This is where sell side tried to step in, where we looked for that secondary move at 480, 490. We got our rotation up. So I'm looking at where these buyers were last and where these sellers were last, and I'm just looking for rotations in between them. So there are multiple ways to look for it, but combined, it gives you a pretty good idea of what you're looking for. But the way that I think that you can do this without a footprint chart is just put a visible range profile on and just watch us build out a node in a choppy environment, and then just do this, right? Put a fixed range on it and look for excess on the edges. It's the same thing that we always talk about, right? So you create a range. What are we looking for at our highs? Well, we're looking for someone to get off sides. We're then looking for them to step below, and then we're looking for a rotation through if this guy's going to get caught. What is my favorite? I mean, I trade the same thing over and over and over again, which is I just trade off of our footprint chart. Literally at this moment, we have some buyers being absorbed. Yeah, that's exactly why I'm talking about it. How do you have two volume profiles in a single chart? I added two volume profiles to a single chart.
Holy.
I have a daily profile and a visible range profile. Okay, this channel that they linked is so bad. What is this? I'm done. Jesus. I mean, at this point, it should be very clear that there's someone absorbing here. If you weren't able to spot it immediately, at this point, you should be able to have spotted it with it developing out. Our first reactions in were pretty clear to me, but we've now been able to like footprint it. It's now pretty obvious. So at this point, it's like, oh, okay, now we see it. We know the pivot that we need to shift below for sell side to actually gain ground. Until proven otherwise, though, like this is just a lull in the market, and we're waiting to see if these guys who are absorbing are going to be able to do anything with it, or if it's just going to be a pause, and then we wait for that pop over that 520 or not. It's either like a very clear shift below 480 or a very clear shift above 520 for me to care for anything more. We can see the offer trying to step down here. I'll be much more inclined to be bearish once we start to see Russell VWAP show his resistance, and us again showing interest below our previous day value high at that 478, 480 area on NQ. Until proven otherwise, though, this is just chopping at our POC on NQ and ES. Two-sided trading makes sense here. Jeez.
3 minutes here till final 15s.
As we push up into this 530, 540, it's a great risk off if you are playing off of the 490 to 500 hold. Any pullbacks you would ideally like to see now hold POC at 515 I think that we can probably close into day open, or at least push into this on this leg. But if we start to show
House
weakness
Speaker
below,
Johnson speaking now says Trump is very bullish on midterms. So remember, they were having a meeting not too long ago. So it's kind of comments from Speaker Johnson now.
again, as long as RTY has momentum and we're able to push up, NQ and ES should follow. Just be careful as we push into day open on NQ as your risk off for short term if you are trading NQ, right? Like into here, previous high and day open. You see that shows supportive, then we can keep going until proven otherwise, though. That's a great area as we come back into our day open to just reject and kind of balance in between here. I do not use a prop firm, but I don't think there's anything wrong with prop firms. But I would suggest that once you are successful on a few prop firms and you've been able to take a couple payouts, that you start to establish your own account and start to trade through that. Once you have a clear system in place. I don't think there's anything wrong with staying on prop firms, but it just doesn't make sense once you have a pretty clearly defined
1 minute now till we
system
get the market on
to
close imbalance data.
trade like that, tax wise. I think it's fine for like the average person because you're not like bringing in a shitload of money, but once you like have an established system in place, you should really start to switch over to your own money once you've like shown and proven that you can be profitable for the long term.
10 seconds.
MOC here. 10 seconds. Oh, actually now. Pushing into target here on NQ. Russell top of our structure into target here.
Close imbalance. S&P 500 buy side 1.9 billion. Nasdaq 100 buy side 1.4 billion. Dow 30 buy side 546 million. Mag 7 buy side 1 billion.
This is just day open across the board. I'd love to see a retest into day open on NQ and ES before, if we're going to get more, right? Something like this. Just a retest into these. This edge is fine to hold. It'd be really bullish. We hold 52s, but value edge is up at like 76. So if we're going to get this last leg, I'd like to see at least a hold of this. A little bit more clarity. But again, these are fine. 60s on ES. If we can hold that, great. Russell can continue to push. We should be able to keep going. Just watching our day open retest. Failure here is just going to result in a rotation back down to 70. Like, I think one of the best things you could do for yourself right now, if you're successful in prop firms, is taking some of your profits and then putting them into a trading account that Braxton then manages with the auto options trader. Like, I think that that's such an easy way for you to then have two potential sources of income coming in. Let that money work for you while you then build more capital with prop firms. Let Braxton's auto trading do the rest. Let me understand. There were buyers buying absorption, but they won, right? I see. Yeah, again, just because there's a seller who's getting filled doesn't mean that we go down. It just means that there's a seller getting filled, right? So like if we're absorbing at a level, that doesn't mean that we automatically go down. We still need to see a break of structure and a push below. We need to see that offer step down. So even if buyers are getting absorbed into 510, 520, as soon as we're able to push through that guy and that liquidity is gone, then that leaves the ability for buyers to then continue, right? The seller is no longer present, then we go up. We held our pullback level as supportive. We pushed over our 520. That flipped bid, and then we rotate up. Right? We got through the seller. So then we go when we continue on our merry way in the way that we were already going, which was up. Listen, so like if the market is an auction, this is pretty basic, but it's something that you need to grasp, which is people are trading at different price points, right? So if we have a guy who has inventory and he wants to sell, let's say at this 189 price, and he has, let's say 500 contracts or 500 that he wants to sell here into this area, and we're coming up into this, we don't have to take it all, right? We go down, we go up, we go down, we go up, and every time we go in, some more contracts get sold, right? So then it's like 300 because 200 were taken in. So this 500 is now 300. He can, maybe that wasn't his full size. Maybe he adds more, another 500. Maybe it's less. But what happens if this guy is no longer present? Well, we can then push through this level, right? And then we're going to go up to our next area where our seller is interested. Price is going to go, it's a magnet, towards where people want to buy and sell, right? If there isn't someone willing to sell at this price, we will gravitate up towards where the next seller is. Just like if this seller was serious here and there wasn't enough buying, if there isn't enough demand here to take out this seller, then price will go down until there is enough demand back at a lower level, right? It's just like, if this is too expensive, then price will no longer go up. We will go down to where price is at a discount, where people are comfortable buying. That is how the market works. It rotates between premium and discount, right? So if there's too many sellers here and we don't have enough buy-side liquidity to continue higher lows, continue buying at higher and higher prices, then we are going to go down to where people feel comfortable at a discount to buy again and then rotate
So
up.
it's up in about 5 minutes' time.
Right? It's an
Currently,
auction.
The Eagles, Philadelphia Eagles at the White House at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. The video is on the feed for you to watch.
So if we see someone who has a larger size who's sitting at a price point and we see these contracts being taken in, but we're not being able to push below where our last buyer was located.
0.9% to about 1.3435 against the dollar, the highest since 2022.
We have two-sided trading, right? Because we have a buyer below who's willing to take in lots. We have a seller who's above who's willing to take in lots, right? This is a balance that is created between a known buyer and a known seller. Someone who's willing to buy at this level is like, yeah, sure, this is a great price. And this guy's like, yeah, sure, this is a great price. I'm willing to sell. But if there are more buyers below,
then there are sellers above, right? Then we absorb, we take in all of these guys, we hold this low, we don't see a shift below, right? There are enough buyers to maintain a price when the current trend up. We take these guys out, we then push through. And then we go up to our next area where there's another seller, right? So like, yes, there's absorption that happened here, but there was enough of a bid to hold and maintain this. And then the people who were either selling their position or shorting, which is even more bullish if we push through, right? These guys who are pushing into this level, if we break above them and then see secondary buyers step in over, how do we close a short position? What do we have to do? Well, we have to buy that contract back. So that adds fuel to the fire for then that price to then squeeze higher, because shorts have to close positions, and when they close positions, they have to buy. Right? So you have secondary buyers and you have shorts closing, and that leads to more upside. So if we break through an area where we see absorption and we see that this is holding, then we should continue to rotate up. And then we should have added fuel. Right? So it's nice to point out areas of absorption, but we should understand what happens if we do break through and see that secondary bid step in, like we did here at that 520. Right? What happened after we show interest above that 520 on the look? What did we talk about? We get a squeeze, right? We get pops. Because this guy's now offsides who was taking in all these lots. We held our low, we pop over our high, and then we go up. What would have been the opposite reaction if the seller was going to win? What would we have been looking for? What did we talk about? So let's say this guy at this 520 to 500 continued to absorb here. Let's say we failed at this level. What would we be watching for this to be a sell? If we've developed two areas of interest and we know that price is balanced in between this high and this low, what are we watching for a shift?
So just waiting on Fox News now to bring about the video.
Okay, well, what I would be looking for is if this absorption was going to hold, we would want to see this participant, these buyers up here, continue to be offsides, and I would like to see then a lower high get put in, right? Maintaining that this guy's offsides. And then I would like to see from this lower high, right, a look below these buyers who are willing to take in lots here and an offer shifting below. We get that secondary move down, then we have a shift in trend. Does that make sense? So if this absorption was going to hold true, I would like to see these guys rotate us back down to this low, a lower high get put in, showing us that that offer is stepping down, and then a takeout of our lows and a defend of that for this rotation back down. And where are we looking for that rotation to go down to? Well, to where our buyer was last, right? And then we look for liquidity here, and then we do the same thing again. Yes? What did we see happen instead of that? Well, we saw absorption occur here. We saw a rotation back down to buy side value. We then saw a rotation up, a takeout of our highs, a hold of our high, a maintain, and then a squeeze, right? So buy side wins instead of sell side winning. It's the opposite. It's a breakout. This is why it's so important in a trending market to wait for a structural break and a catalyst at our highs to let us know that there's a shift. Without a shift, all you're doing when you short areas like this is being on the wrong side of a really great trade. Because nothing has broken structurally. You're just in a trending market up, and you're selling the edge low in a buying market. Any questions on that? You got a little impromptu class.
I hope people are paying attention. That was good.
If not, I'm leaving. Goodbye. That's all you get.
Yeah, so for those still here, I posted it, but we're moving class to Thursday, as long as my house doesn't get blown down. But Thursday is the plan. So, yep.
Yep.
Reminder too for the rest of this week, since we won't go over it in class today, we have a lot of big earnings coming up. This week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, big employment data as well. So just keep that on your radar. DPZ tonight. That's all I got. I'll see you folks tomorrow. Goodbye.
Goodbye. All right, I'm out of here as well. If you have any more questions, just add me on Discord.